Well, let's start this trip in English with two remarks. First, the weather. Again, the wind is blowing a lot more, a lot harder than they have forecasted. So please throw those computer models in the recycling bin and come outside if you are a weather forecaster. And it's getting worse because we are heading for the Afsluitdijk again. And the plan is, well, you obviously by now know about my plans. So maybe the plan is that we are going into that small beautiful area I've talked about the last time we were at the Afsluitdijk. Tomorrow it will be beautiful, if they have it forecasted right, a beautiful day with about 80-90 degrees here up in the north and even up to 24 in the south of the Netherlands. So we're gonna do another trip tomorrow. And that will be the first trip with my motocross gloves on. I use for warm weather riding. The second remark is my top panel. It connects to my adapter under the seat, but somehow when I feed it by the motorcycle it does disconnect. I don't know why, I don't know how, but he's doing that. Just for fun, I guess. So I have it on, but as you can see everything is on zero because he is disconnected again. Which simply means that I cannot power this former phone by the engine for his actual task I bought it for, I made it for. And frankly, I have no clue why he does that. Why does he disconnect when I give him power by the scooter itself, by the engine of the scooter? The strange thing is, my test setup with again. My test setup was with my old Apple iPhone 5S. And it was a very short trip, I did not record it. And the iPhone had no problem with an electric connection to the engine. But there is a major difference. And that is, the Samsung phone, Android phone, is connected by Bluetooth, and the Apple is connected by Wi-Fi. And now it's getting weirder. The Samsung has Wi-Fi too, of course. So why is he disconnecting? And this leads us to a next change. We must have the phone, the Samsung, powered by a power bank. Going way too fast, boy. I already going way too fast. But for those moped scoots there are no rules apparently. Also way too fast. Keeps on going. He would not have done it with a police motorcycle, absolutely not. Now he's going amongst cyclists. See what he's doing. The wind is rather cold. And it's the reason Mazda Z. Anyone who knows it? You have no right of way, beautiful girl, with your fat bike. Absolutely not. It had 4 slashes on front. I started to doubt, didn't Fiat do that on sports cars? My knowledge on cars is not that great. I'm more a motorcyclist, and even then my knowledge starts to fade out. Ongoing all the different types and branch. As the highlight of my motorcycling was in the 80s and 90s. We're taking a little risk on going that bridge. It was February when that bridge was closed, so I assume it's better now. will be open now. And otherwise, we have a first change of plan. Yeah. We're still fucking around with that bridge. What are we going to do? I'm not going to pick up the highway. I'm not in the mood for a highway. We have to do the Afsluitdijk, which is a highway. I wouldn't expect them working on the bridge after 2 months. At least not in a way that it is fully closed. I have to do the Afsluitdijk, which is a highway. I have to do it twice today. Or maybe I go around, but we have to catch some highways. There is no other way. But not yet. I am not in the mood. I will enter the highway at a very, very busy time. About 5 o'clock. But I'm gonna look around for a truck and stay behind it. Anyway, the situation lead my attention off of the subject, and that was the weather. The reason why the wind is so chilly and much stronger, much more powerful than we thought, circus, look like that, is that we have a beautiful day tomorrow, and at Sunday it will start to rain. And probably the whole next week temperatures will go down to 10 degrees again with a lot of rain. Pop festival. Music. And that rain is coming from the northwest, and the wind already turned to the northwest. And like I said, it's much stronger as I forecasted. Tomorrow it will be shortly to the southwest, bringing in hot air and dusty air from Morocco, from the Sahara. Hence the temperature we will have tomorrow. And then it will turn back to west, and the day afterwards to the northwest. Then it's Monday, and it will bring in rain. Probably already at Sunday evening. I didn't have my high beam on, but a bus driver that is not used to the sharper LED lights, that's a scandal. And if he honks to me because he thought I was a moped, because this part is not allowed for mopeds, then it's even a bigger scandal. Another closed road. It is getting very, very annoying. And when I go back to Snake, which is all in that direction over there, what do I say? I see the high-rise of building even there, behind the roundabout. Then I should take a totally different route as I did now. Let's see if it is true. Have to go all the way out around Balk. Getting slightly annoying. After 2 kilometers. Just let's see if it is true. I have been through so many. No, not alright. It's midweek now, or midweek. It's Friday, but it's still working time. I don't know how far it's visible on camera, but it's obvious the trees getting green now. If you look at there, and the trees here above me. Not much to choose around here because I'm in the midst of the Frisian lakes. It's all polders around here, dead ends. Well, this is it. Well, it looks like it was not true again. It's beautiful green, this tree. Take a look at here. Spring, people. Next week some rain, and then some warm days again, about 18, 19, 20 degrees, and everything is green. Look how it is going right now, how quickly. The last big trip to Groningen, 330 kilometer trip, was actually 2 weeks ago. I rode it on a Sunday, so it is not even 2 weeks ago, as it is Friday now. And if I take a look over there, there is a tree already green. And here, take a look at this. Some trees are later than the others, but there is a farm with a full green tree. In 2 weeks. Already moist in the air. If you look on the tree line there, it's very grey. These are beautiful little roads. We will pick them that summer, full summer. Everything green, nice and warm, not too much wind. And I need to clean my helmet after this trip. Insects. Another lake. first people are already sailing. Tourists or locals, I don't know, but another yellow signs. Bolsward, we cannot reach Bolsward. Follow B, so that will go probably to Jouren and to the highway. I have something to say about the lost batteries. I have to rebuy it and make some place I can store it on a scoot, not in my jacket. The camera front here is a floating camera, which means that the camera I have on my helmet, which is recording now, is a non-stop recording camera. I put the camera on, where I start and put them off when I finished, and according to calculations it can manage to record for 12 hours continuously. Dutch mountains. But this camera will be floating around. That means that some shots are made in his position now, other shots are made at other places. I will explain it later in a go around. I go around the scoot to show you all the things I have changed, I've done in preparation of long trips. The wire to the camera leads to a microphone. The original plans was to have a continuous running camera on front too. But I have a Tascam audio recorder, digital audio recorder, and I will use that one. I will set it up for a microphone under the seat. Or under the seat is not really true, it's behind the seat, under the luggage rack. And his task is to just record the engine sounds and surrounding like weather, traffic, birds, anyway, all that kind of things. Not a sill, quite a lot actually. And this floating cam will record from different positions, and therefore I need batteries, and there's only one battery available now because I lost that box which doubles as a transport box, power bank and charge station, triples I have to say, with two batteries, two brand new batteries. So I have to take my loss and buy it again, because I can make 2 hours of recordings. When I do trips a whole day long, I need probably more than that. This is way different we do now as the original plan was. According to the original plan we should be in Harlingen by now. But who cares? Shit! And I smell it. Oh my. Let's see. Dead end. I don't believe that anymore. I believe nothing anymore. And we are close to the IJssel lake. Of course they are in a hurry. Temperature is dropping rapidly here. I I don't have heated socks with me, even not with me, and that might be a stupid thing. However, on our way back home, we have the wind from behind. And that makes it always a little bit nicer. Yeah, we have been here before. There's the IJssel Lake, the dike. Here it is, the sea dike of the IJssel Lake. A former seabed. And that former seabed are we leaving now? And the heights we have been riding there have been islands in the old days. But then we talk many centuries back, and then the IJssel Lake was still a sea. I expected that. A lot of fuel. You're smelling unburnt petrol. So that sucks nicely into my intake. So I'm riding 1 of 50 now. He is prepared to take risks. This is a dangerous route, especially summer. You must be careful. For locals it's a racing track, but there are a lot of curves like this. You can't see what's from the other side. And it can be very big tractors. my tooth are becoming cold. Not smart to leave the trucks at home. If it is cold at Haring and even colder than here, I might break off the whole plan. Military Unimark. Oh yeah, the heated trucks would be definitely smart thing. It's early April. The end of the first week of April. If we can find a shop which sells nice thick socks. I'm also very loose in my shoes, by the way. Too tight is not good, but too loose is also not good. "1658" said in the church. See, there's now enough open to fish and the like. Stop here for what? Loose bricks? Butterfly, first one I saw this year. I must game up my English a lot. Swans. Upside down form is something new, never seen that before. At least not that I noticed it. Those are the real motorcyclists. They simply greet everything on two wheels. And that's how it should be. Even mopeds. Because boys and girls on mopeds are future motorcyclists. Are tearing, especially the left one. Still how the cold last remains of winter wind that pulls the moist out of your eyes. Riding with the visor open. An idiot. If you want to go fast, take that road. They forecasted the winds of magnitude, how do you call it? Wind speed, wind power, gale force, 2. But it's much over that, I can feel it. I can feel it on the lean angle against the wind. It's more than that, it's probably closer to 4. I have my drone with me, but I'm afraid at the other side of the IJssel it's too much wind to fly it. And I'm not an experienced flyer with drones. I am with radio controlled helicopters, those big scale models, but that's a different ball game. They have way more power. Stark. Well, that was a Mercedes, this is an Audi. Can someone tell me why those front propellers of those boats making a sound like they are a gearbox without oil? And they do that for 30-40 years now. I thought by now they should be silent. There you have the adventure, guys. Another adventure bike. A lot of adventure bikes this winter. seriously wonder if the forecast will be... Whoa, that was deeper than I thought. If the forecast of the weather of tomorrow will come true. I need to mind this curve. Yeah. You see those windmills over there? Just on top of the windmills you see a dark grey line on top of their light grey clouds. That dark grey line are clouds on sea, and that's the actually rain sun that will be entered tomorrow evening. And it can be slight along the coast. That is possible. It can retreat more to the North Sea. But on the other hand, it's a very large system in a low pressure area. If it moves to the south for, let me see, 3-4%, then it will be cloudy tomorrow. Another adventure bike. Terrain like this is not for farming. It is used to store pebbles and stones and rocks for small repairments on a dike. this flex means? Probably new places for more windmills. No, it's too close to each other. It's impossible. Dead end. Really? Swans. The last time we have been here in this north part, we shut down the camera just behind the church, behind this church. Because of darkness, we went into the night. PM. Kind of silver banners. Look at this already. And this is why I mount so many ram mounts like this on the scooter. Then I stop, put the floating camera on the side, ride by and record it. He's dressed like a policeman, but he is not. Well, at the other side there might be a lot more tulips there by now. But then we have to go deeper in Holland. It's 3:30. We went from home at 2. We are riding for an hour and a half now. The original plan was to have crossed the Afsluitdijk by now. But we can film to 8:30. And we're seriously losing light at 9 o'clock. I have food with me, I have something to drink with me, I have money with me. The last thing you should always have with you. And here's a nice expensive boat. Guess the price of that ship. I have welded aluminium here many years ago on a large yacht. And that yacht was ordered and owned, and I don't know if it is still owned, by Mr. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. And I was one of the welders involved in building the ship. This is a long time ago. Back those days he was still a businessman, a banker. He was already known back then, but not political active. Was way before his first how do you call it in American? His first term, his first years of being president. I talk about Raw Gamble, 35 years ago, something like that. He was known as a businessman. But it is the today's president of the United States. And I hope he still has that yacht. Belgium. This one is White Venice, Germany. In Lemmer there are a lot of Germans making their boats ready for next season. They mostly do it in the nicest days of early April. Maybe the elderly German people set sail now, but I don't think so yet. Especially when rain is forecasted next week and colder temperatures again. Especially that at 9-10 degrees. And here you have them, the monster boys. All the time I'm still riding. Now you can see that that range system, that low pressure area. I think you can see it on camera now. Look at the top of the windmills. There you see that line of dark clouds. And there too, so it's a lot closer than they thought. I must see it if we have that nice warm weather tomorrow with all blue sky over the place, 20 degrees north, 24 south. It's very early spring, it is April, and a Dutch saying goes, April doet wat hij wil, which means April is just doing what it wants. And that saying is for the weather. It's very well possible, even with some trees already green now and all these flowers here, that next week temperature drops more than they have forecasted and there is snow all over the place. It's rare, but it's possible. The fact of the matter is that when I bought this scooter 17th October 2024, weather is more stable and in the autumn, in the early autumn, than it is now in early spring. Open car was convertible was in front of that white German van all the time, and it's, I guess, an MG, but I'm not sure. Maybe I can watch it back on video, but I think it was an MG. I do a lot more sniffing and snoring than previous trip because I catch it the flu. Last Sunday and Monday I was sick, just recovered from it, and actually I'm a little bit too quick on a bike for long trips. But you are used to sniffing and snoring from my end anyway, but it will be some extra this day. Alright, I'm not gonna hit the highway yet. See the yacht from here. No, not a camera. At least I believe. I can't look around me too much. Sadly, the bicycle route is closed. According to the law, I'm riding a motorcycle, which in Dutch is motorfiets, literally motor bicycle. And that's the old name because the motorcycle derives from a bicycle. But the funny thing of it, I take motor off, left with bicycle, so there we go. It might be less windy on the Afsluitdijk than I think, because we are riding behind the sea dike and the wind comes from over the dike. It's coming from that direction over there. The dike is quite traffic. I expected it more. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. So maybe we have crossed the dike way before 5. That's where the traffic really gets busy. Like now, this is probably an open bridge. They may extend this route on this side of the road all the way to the other side, making it wider, just a 60-kilometer road at this part of the Afsluitdijk. Cyclists on that side, the highway over here, and we, the slow oldies, on this side. Yellow signs again. This is the bike road, which is closed. Will be a shaky ride with the wind and especially with the turbulence of cars in front of me. And there will be cars in front of me all the time. And you were speeding, Mr. Truck Driver. You are going way too fast. Another one is going way too fast. I'm doing 98, 97, so I'm doing 90 for real. And he is allowed to drive 80, so he can never get faster than me. It's impossible. So these trucks are speeding and doing 102 now. That's about 92, 95 in real. And I know they are riding on a tachograph, so they see the real speed. But their maximum speed is 80 kilometers per hour. And that means that it will be on my speedometer about 90 kilometers per hour, actually 87 kilometers per hour. Truck behind me is doing well, this one is speeding way too fast. But I don't have the power to overtake him. Police? No. Not police. The base color of police motorcycle is white. I'm thinking about ambulance, first aid people are on motorcycles too. It could also be Rijkswaterstaat, and there is no translation for that, but it's government, the owner of the road. I must be a little bit in between those two trucks, because I'm into turbulence of the truck in front of me, but nevertheless I must be quick enough that I don't disturb the truck behind me. Those people are on the road for the job. I'm on the road for fun. However, this is not a lot of fun. When you're riding alone, like that evening I told in the previous video with the football match, I was nearly alone on this dike. But that was on a Kawasaki KLE 500. This is the annoying thing. There's people doing nothing wrong, but I'm constant into turbulence of cars. Motorcycle behind me. I run out of the green truck behind me and I'm riding on the green truck. This guy is speeding. I should have been a few seconds later using the green truck. He's slowly disappearing out of the mirrors. The green truck is doing fine. I see a lot of shaking in my front, at least I can feel it. And that's turbulence. It's not nice riding. This is your last chance to turn around. And we lost it. We have no plans to it, but if you're mistaken, this is your last chance to turn around. Now you have to cross the dike. see me look around too much because I'm using the mirror. I'm actually riding on a green track and I start to lose the green track. The green track is driving at perfect speed. And with a light scooter like this on a highway, being around the track is probably a lot safer. It's almost 4 o'clock now. It's starting to get busy from the other side. I throttle up a little bit. You need to be really focused. This is not a relaxed ride. Because I cannot count on the power of the scooter. Because I'm on top of it. Not sitting well at this moment, but I can't move my butt behind or my butt around a little bit more to the front. It's too dangerous with this wind, the traffic, speed. The scooter is running on its toes now. You can do a little bit more, as we have seen on the dog trip on the highway in the north. And our last big trip from Groningen. Husky does this better with his 60 horsepower, 140 kilos. On the other hand, he will go 40 kilometers to the liter here. I nearly lost the green track. We are 2 hours in the saddle now. We take a break at the monument. About a kilometer. Now against the wind and in more traffic, I can feel that a wide handlebar is better than the original much narrower handlebar, but to my taste it could be even wider. This one was 70 centimeters. I made it 75 centimeters, and the one on the Husqvarna is 80, and the one on the dirt bike is 84. And the one on the sidecar is 86. being around 1992, green trucks comes back in my mirrors again. There's a little bit more relaxed of a ride. And now you can let go of the throttle. All right. That's the monument. This is the place where the teams met each other. One from the Friesland side over there, the other one from the Holland side over there. And the reason why they met here is because this was the shallowest part of the Southern Sea. So this was the ideal place to do the final closing of the dike. At the moment the tide stands still. There's between low tide, high tide and high tide, low tide, there is a moment the tide comes to a rest and there's almost no stream. And it's only about 30 minutes here. So they used that 30 minutes to close down the dike here. But this is restored. I think it will be open about 2-3 years. And now I can feel that I have been sick last weekend, catch the cold, because really my butt starts to hurt now. And even on that long trip I did, I had no problems. And look, this is the new bicycle lane. But it is closed because they're still working on it all the way to that side. You could enter from here, but you cannot cross the dike. So you can enter from that side at Harlingen, and they have to bike all along that side, and then you have to return. And it looks like they made it wider. It is changed. In the old days this was only allowed by mopeds and bicycles, and they made it wider now, so maybe we can cross it low speed with the motorcycle now. And I hope so. Because here it's a full wind, of course, but then you're away from the highway, and this is such a nice slow ride. Maybe they are a little bit more advanced in their buildings now, in their project, and maybe I can enter it and ride back at this new road. It was open for a few weeks last summer, just for cycles to try out. But I'm afraid it will not be open for motorcycles. But then again, if it is not tourist season, like now, there would be very limited bicycles in it, and then I'm gonna ride it, and I'm gonna ride it nice and slow, about 40-50 kilometers per hour. I will take off my helmet. Take a small drink, not too much, otherwise you need to pee again. I set my camera down for a while, I rested for a while, drink some water, but I should not have shut down the camera. I did it a little bit too quick. Because what happened? At Brazen, where I said this is the last chance to turn around on the dike, if you pass this overpass you have to do the entire afsluitdijk. That yellow government motorcycle has turned around. They are patrolling the highways. It was indeed Rijkswaterstaat, the government organization who owns the roads. And he turned around there and turned around in the area of Harlingen, where we entered the afsluitdijk again. And he's now patrolling this. Pure by chance. He could take the highway and then he came up again behind me, of course, but I talked to him for a while, for 15 minutes. He took a break here about his job, about patrolling the highways. It's not police, but they're working together with the police if needed. And we talked about his scooter and about his job, his motorcycles, and actually that would have been a nice thing to record. But maybe in the future maybe it will happen that I meet police officers along the way. He got a call, so he went in a hurry. Yeah, I could go down here, but I'm not sure if I... And this is the other bicycle lane. I'm not sure if I can do that. If I can do that, I should do it. But I'm not sure. It looked like we have a traffic jam now. It could be due to the roadworks, but maybe an accident happened, and then we meet him again in his job. I'm not going to split lanes. I just want to peek around it, let the trucker know I'm behind him. And no matter why, this is what a lot of foreigners are afraid of. We are stuck in a traffic jam, on a highway, on a scooter, in the middle of the sea. And nobody knows how long we will be here. Can be 15 minutes, can be an hour, it can be hours. If there is a serious accident happened, it can be many hours. And this scooter is pretty wide with his handlebars and his bar and mirrors. And I could take over the shoulder now, but that's illegal. Another car, but apparently we have to go in, the lanes comes together here. He's doing the same thing, but they put lanes together. So there you have him again. They put lanes together, so I think it's due to the works. I don't care, I have time. I don't like that high speed, certainly not with this large amounts of traffic, because I am a very compact vehicle. However, this scooter is twice as large as a moped scooter. It's heavier as a Husqvarna, but the Husqvarna is higher on the legs, it is longer, and it's aggressive, bright yellow and black. It looks like we are rolling again. Aren't you very enthusiastic about that? But I don't know. If he crosses again at the Breesendijk to this direction, I will meet him again. Because that's the whole Afsluitdijk is where you do 120. It's a 15 minutes ride. So with 10 minutes he's at Breesendijk and another 10 minutes he's back here. But I have left Afsluitdijk by then, I'm afraid. $70. Gates here, the water gates are here, water locks, how do you call them in English? Sluis, water locks I believe. Actually speeding. 50 is the limit. I have to ride at 57 on my speedometer. And that's why it is. See, suddenly it's the whole speed is gone. And if you're not focused, you'll rear end the Audi in front of me. Window. Not an idiot. Overtaking me. Doesn't use his indicators. Picking the point. We're going off here. Do we need fuel? Hell no. Are we gonna refueling? Yes. For one simple reason. No, come on. Nope. Do we have euro 95? Diesel, 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 diesel. Oh shit. We need to move. Ach, de negen dat gewoon geluid. Absolutely brim it. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. This is it. All right. alright, we cut this part off. But every time shutting down the camera and power it on for a few minutes, I'm not gonna do that. Alright. Almost 10 liters. 5 liters left. So could we do it? Yes, we could do it. Oi. But then again, the reason... Let's go that way. The reason is now I can basically do what I want. Otherwise, and halfway the trip of fuel, where can we take fuel? And now we have a full tank, we have another 600 kilometers to go. So if we say we go around the Afsluitdijk or around the IJssel Lake, I mean, all the way around the opposite direction of what we have done previous time, it's possible. I don't have to mind fuel anymore for many hours. This is the harbor I need to have to send it. Well, let's take a look in the harbor. Why not? Fisher boats. If you can travel 600 kilometers on a single tank, it does not mean you have to. It is a relaxed ride when you can do such an enormous distance. It is just a relaxed ride. But on the other hand, if you're using so much of the fuel that you are back to a few liters again, then that relaxation is gone. So by refueling it now, I can now do what I want. I can go everywhere. This is closed off. It's a company. I saw that boat mighty high up and I wanted to take a look at that, but I cannot do that. Only when I park the scooter here, I'm gonna walk there. But we do that another time. Well, these are the Dutch mountains. Is this actually open, this road? We will see. Tulips over there. Oh, nice little detour. Had fuel here too in the past. In the past it was. I love these small little places. I'm able to live here. It's just beautiful. It's a very small area. And here you can see the higher ground. It's a hill. This is a former island. And I don't know if it is visible for the camera. But we have time. It's 40 minutes past 4 now. Not going to enter there. This is nature area. And this summer I will ride this again, and then having a case on the rear with my Canon EOS 1 with the with the 100-400 zoom lens, and then you can photograph those birds over there. And that will be in about May somewhere. Well, let me say 6-7 weeks to start to do that. Staat op een zeedijk. And this is one of the islands, former islands. If we have a chance to look down to the left a little longer, you can see that I'm riding on a height. You can see it's going slowly down there, and there's another island over there, and behind that is one of the first polders. And this is all very, very ancient. We have a hurry guy behind me. And in this area you have Amsterdam, about 100 kilometers from here. But when the dikes give away, I'm perfectly safe here, but I will be on a small island. I'm not sure, but it doesn't say dead end. is full of flies. Very small, called knop here. Alright, in the middle. This is a beautiful small house. I could live there. You see these poles often with a red bomber on top of it. You never get closer to it. It's an airplane crash, an Avro Lancaster Mk1 of the 106 Squadron at 25 June 1943, 11 o'clock in the evening. And you will see them a lot. This gate was not here last time I was around this place. But also that is many years ago. We can ride this. And then we come to the next camping, which is around the corner there. If it is allowed, it's 0.2. I don't think so, but... And there, I don't know if it is visible on camera, you see the high-rise buildings of the marine harbour in Den Helder. But we can ride it. We're a little bit late in the season now. And that road is closed, and that wasn't closed the last time I was here on the Kawasaki KLE, and that is about 20 years ago. So the closing down of this beautiful small old roads, even here it happened. And here we are behind the dikes, and you can see it going down here, and this is the coastline of the former islands. You can see the landscape going up and down on former dunes, last remains of the dunes. I say you can see, but with a wide angle lens I try to zoom in if possible, but later in post. And here we got the other island. This is somewhat higher again. They were a group of small islands, and it's occupied for many centuries. There's a flock of birds, if visible on camera, and you see that the whole area is plunging down again. So this again is a part that stayed dry at low tides and got submerged at high tides. And we have to do this trip again in summer, and then bringing a video camera with me, and that can zoom in, so then I can make it visible what I see with the naked eye. This is a nice ride. Empty roads. This could go on for hours if it was me. But they are only small parts. The parts in Friesland and Groningen are much larger, but as long as that takes, in the end of the day, it will be all be built full of factories and windmills. But this is you see the windmills already coming. Here you see a low end in a landscape, and there behind where the road is, it rises up again. And this part you see around here, this was permanently underwater. Not very deep. On the fields I can see there was some higher ends, which might have been dry at low tides. here it comes all to an end. The question now is, can we make it? And of course we can make it, because it's just good. And this was an open road back then. So if you're following the dikes, we would end up here, but not in IJssel. We could easily get past that. Be careful I don't roll down the dike, otherwise we have to go all to the Waddenzee actually to get up. To get up again there. Maybe we managed to get up here, but it's not a dirt bike. Here we are at the other camping place. Salty smell. 1919. No, I cannot do this. I'm not allowed to ride here, but who cares? I want to cross the road, but I have to go to the bridge there. And there are another beautiful small roads closer to the highway. We now follow the coastline. And the other roads maybe another time. There's still beautiful roads in here. And you can see it's quite high, it's even higher up here. I can see the sea over there. There's again, we are on a former island. A war memory. Second World War. We can go in here. We can go all around the lake over there. Otherwise we have to catch this piece of highway. To go quickly to the North Sea coast. It's 5 o'clock. We have a few hours of filming left. It's getting busier on the roads. We are not allowed to ride this road, only farmers. I don't like it. I'm not sure about the route around the lake. That's why I'm doing this. Annapolona, we have to go in that direction. plan was to fly the drone over there, but a little bit too windy. I have the drone with me. It might even be too late for the flowers. I smell flowers, and here they are. He takes it nice and easily on that sports bike. Oh, that smell of those flowers, so strong. Time for scent on the internet. Even buy the flowers here straight from farmers, but the problem is they won't survive the trip back home. If I had that box already mounted, I could do that, but not now. Tulips. It's against the light, so I'm not sure what is visible. But we will go to the south, and then we can film in the opposite direction. Here you see some small parts. Those are test fields. It's a small part of a field they use to plant new species. This is Mr. Hurry. Yeah, I'm tourist. silence down any minute now. People coming home from the jobs. And they are always in a hurry here in this part of the Netherlands. And the more you get to Amsterdam, the worse it got. Take a look at that, how bright it is. For this year I'm too late, or I must do it next week. But the flowers are just a very, very short time, just a few weeks. And it seems like the height is already over. But maybe for next year, I want to replace my camera for a 4K camera, so it fits the specs of the action cameras I use. There you can see all this beauty of this flower. Look how bright they are. I could go in there. I thought it was just to houses, but the road disappears at the horizon. So. Hoi. Hoeveel moet je hebben?
50 cent.
Oh, dan maken we er een euro van.
Bijna niks, maar
Nee. Nou, ik zie niet wat het is. Het is voor mij ook goed zo.
dank u.
Een heel wat jaren geleden dat ik hier geweest ben.
Is het zo?
Ja, maar ze zijn er nog, de pontjes. Let's see. We are close to Den Helder. 10 kilometers. So we're going in the opposite direction. Take het helemaal op watch, ja. Het zand, Alkmaar. Noordhaven Julianendorp. I won't say too much, but Julianendorp has to be close to the coast. Yeah, this Julianendorp. Then he said 3 kilometers to the other side. Okay. What's this? Something burning? smells like cement. We are close to the dunes at the North Sea. I can see them in front of me. Like I said, this man is making his money and I am here for fun. I think we are a little late, but it depends on what kind of flower. Some are already harvested, others have still to blossom. And again I go into politics. The government want to get rid of all the farmers, including these farmers. But if they do, if they succeed, the Netherlands is bankrupt. Because we are not an industrial community here in the Netherlands. We are a farmer community. It has always been like that and it will always be like that. And all that industrial terrain, they literally give it away to China and America, but you don't make money with it. Yes, the corrupt happy few, but not the people. So, we arrived in the Dutch mountains now, or actually the dunes. We go a little south, and quite frankly, I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I can keep on filming until it's dark and then go home, or I can film the trip back home. But if it's Afsluitdijk, it will be for a big part the same. I wanted to fly the drone above the fields, but I think that's something we're going to do next year. Next year, early April, if the weather is beautiful, we are back here again with the drone. The drone is brand new. I'm totally not familiar with it. And it's not full IE. If the Neo was full AI, I would... What the F? If the Neo was full AI, I would let him do the task, but I think it's best in this summer when the weather is beautiful and there's not much wind to practice flying the drone, and then I can also practice to make the best footage out of it, and then next year we come back to this point a little earlier and we will fly the drone. Maybe we do it as the wind calms down in the evening, but at this time of the year the wind is not really calming down in the evening. That's mostly in summer, after summer. Come on. Hoe komt van de rechterkant? Is right away. legs uncovered, but it's not that warm yet, people. If you're running like here, you can do it, but they are cycling. There's also pumping a lot of heat inside their bodies, but nevertheless, almost 50 minutes before 6 o'clock. If I want to have something to eat, it must be now. We are riding for almost 4 hours now with a few small breaks. We are back online. I think I have for 3 hours power in my batteries, and then I have this battery, so another 2 hours. Very good pizza over here. Now the big question is, what are we going to do? It's 6:30 now. 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, that's 3 hours, and then our light is really gone. The light will be actually very nice and gentle now. So we can go back to the tulip fields and try if we can catch some footage with the drone. There is still a lot of wind going on here. According to that windmill, the wind has already shifted. It's more west now. It was northwest. This is the same channel again. Where we went over with a small ferry. That channel is very old. It was used in the era of the East Indies Company to sail the merchant ships to Den Helder, to the island of Texel. From that point they sailed to the Indies. And going from Amsterdam was back those era the big harbor, not Rotterdam but Amsterdam. And from Amsterdam sailing through a channel was much safer than following the coastlines. According to undepths, currents, wind. They already harvested this very early this year. This one says still to blossom. Also here the landscape is full with wind turbines, and it's just the beginning. idiot! They're creeping up behind me. This was the road I should have taken. Over there. Anyway. Here we are closer to the IJssel lake than to the North Sea. I'm not following the highway any longer. So we are leaving the tulip fields. Take a look at this. This is old, this is beautiful. Oh, we still have some fields. I decided to not use the drone. I have the drone with me, but I should do first some practical training, not far away here but close to home, to so I can fly the drone fluidly like I can do with my radio controlled helicopters, and then I can make the really beautiful shots from the air, like here for example, flying toward a windmill. It's now a little bit too risky because I'm not sure what I'm doing. Here you can see that the water is actually higher than the fields of the farms. All old windmills around. The side, the old road, there's a sidecar riding. Yep, So far, there are all ladies who are taking a straw. So, according to that, we get very beautiful weather tomorrow. Take a look at this. You can actually go there. There are still fields, but I must watch the road here, because at the side of the road it's 10 centimeters and it's water. This is an absurd wide road, by the way. Two air balloons, but it's too dangerous here to look around, despite this wide road. You see the water, there the fields, water is 1.5 meters higher than the fields. If we go this road, we come back at the old bridge. Another two women taking a stroll. It's a good sign for the weather of tomorrow, according to old beliefs. Zandwerven, never been here. The first cows. I didn't spot cows before. Big buildings over there. So we're approaching something big. Horn, I believe. I seriously wonder if I can find this back on the map. As long as the cameras are running, and I believe they do, then I can find it back. But I had one light left in the power bank when I was done eating my pizza. Frankly, I'm riding moped speeds now, but it's relaxing. Indeed, the wind went not fully down, but a lot less strong as it was when we crossed the Afsluitdijk. It's not cold. We have good light. So what the F? And we're zigzagging weird through Holland. Because this is the railroad again to Den Helder, and that railroad goes in a pretty straight line. Who cares? I just ride until my batteries die and then I go home. But anyway, about the batteries, there was one light left in the power bank. It's about 2 hours each light. So that should be 2 hours. 2 hours in the camera should be 4 hours. I can take off his battery. It's another 2 hours or 6 hours. Must be enough. Still some flowers. Too far away to see what it is, but these are ancient parts of the Netherlands. This soil has seen a lot of history. And the most houses we see like this one, they are older as the United States of America. Most of these houses here. They are updated of course and isolated and built double walls for insulation, but the core of these houses are mighty old. Old farm. Take a look at this. A car seller since 1912. What does it say? 1912, 1960, somewhere before the First World War. So they already sold the very first cars. On the same spot, I don't know, but the company is apparently that old. Camera can see it's too small. About the live post is aircraft landing for Schiphol. So we're not far away from Amsterdam. And you see that big stripes in the air, those they pass Amsterdam. But we need to have the sun in our back. Otherwise we go in the wrong direction. But we try. It's another big road with a small side road, but I'm not sure where that is going. At least it's a beautiful road again. But like that. But it goes straight to that big buildings over there. That's a city. Swans. If we take this road, we enter that road again. And I see those trees disappearing over there. It's an old habit of planting trees along the road. Catch some wind, and in an era where people did everything with a bicycle, that can be quite important. Red car behind us, Mr. Hurry. He's pushing this grey car behind me, which is not in a hurry. Factory, probably milk. And there we have Mr. Hurry. Mrs. Hurry. Fields of flowers again. That's the local supermarket delivery truck. And the big bus, yeah, he's riding on time. Why not park the thing over there? No, most people don't mind for a short period. Fire department. I think they are going to practice. Leeuwarden, here in the middle of nowhere, a road sign with Leeuwarden. How is it possible? What's the next road sign? Dokkum? Groningen? Aduard? MG? Anyone? Again, Leeuwarden. I can't imagine they point you to Leeuwarden right here. This is an old road, a very old road. So then they renew the signs. There is the other road we could have chosen, but this old occupied area is not too bad either. Well, they ride those bikes here in clusters of 3. pretty much across those big buildings. And the old road was entered town at an about a kilometer in that direction. Yeah. Again, Leeuwarden. Again, the railroad. All right. I have the idea I have to go in the other direction. But maybe I'm totally wrong. I go to the sun. So I think that's not a handy thing to do. We will see. No signs here whatsoever. Barbecue. Yes, I think we took the wrong way. Not only think that, I'm sure of it. We are totally going the wrong way now. All new buildings. Or new. We're going in a circle around that round building. You see? There's that round building again. We're just entering the same road again. Well, we have done this before. I'm not gonna do it again. Well, that was a suburb of Hoorn. No road signs. There is a dike. See? You can lose a lot of time in unknown cities. The plan was to go around this, but apparently that's not possible. There are absolutely no signs whatsoever. Enkhuizen A7. The A7 is a highway. If I follow that, I'm very close to home. The A7 goes through Heerenveen. There's something that looks like a railway station, and here we have something that looks like the old city of Hoorn. It's actually nice. We have seen the new parts, and now we see the old parts. Clock on the station said it's 8 o'clock. My clock said it is 20 minutes before. And my clock is not exactly on time. But it cannot be 8 o'clock now. All right. Yeah, I'm lost. lost a lot of time here, about 20 minutes now. You may not enter here, but there's no other way possible, so I don't know what they want, but I'm doing the exact same way. They make it very hard and very difficult here. Well, I thought I charged that Garmin up, but apparently not. I'm not so happy with that expensive navigator. Oh, this is nice. I have about another hour of light, half an hour before the sun sets. I've been here before, and I came from the other direction. It's Kawasaki KLA. I refueled there at the gas station. Well, at least we are 1 kilometer closer to Leeuwarden. Anyway, I showed you the most beautiful parts of North Holland. There's the dike, windmill. Yeah, I've been here before. That road over there by the windmill, it's a beautiful road. But I needed to get off it earlier. I still have some light to actually record that, but light will dim fast now. That goes all the way along the coast. That church over there we will pass. KTM. That other small road going to the coast, I said that's difficult to catch. It's a sneaky little hidden road. I can't remember it anymore. Now we see the big building from the other side. And then I went all that way around through Amsterdam, but then the other way around, like that way. And this is the IJssel Lake. It's also very beautiful to ride against the sunset. There behind the windmills was Amsterdam. Yeah, I already see it. I cannot look too much around it because some drive like crazy here, and then you see where you end up. The funny thing is with this scooter, despite the big pizza I eat at the restaurant was very reasonable priced, it was still more expensive than the fuel I spent so far. On Husqvarna I was looking for a fuel station again by now, and I would spend over 50 euros on fuel by now. With a wide angle, maybe you can see it now, how much lower. Look at this depth and look at that. And maybe with a wide angle you can see it. Maybe you can see it now. With the water, it's about 3 meters higher than that road over down there. Of the IJssel Lake did not suffer as much from floodings as the other side. As the side of IJssel, no, Gelderland. I don't care. I don't even know the field. Anyway, it's a Friesland side. And the big holes of former dike breaks. You don't don't see them here. But on the other side, you will see them plenty. Flying a drone to at the beginning of the road. I should take this camera, put it in a rear position, and then start to film. And there you see the road. Moving away from you with the sunset. This is what this thing is for, to write down film reminders. in a corner, not illuminated. Yeah, that's top notch, really. Young man, racing style car. No lights whatsoever. Okay, I get a fly out of mirror. Believe it or not, but nature has turned silent. There is absolutely no wind, nothing at all. And the sun, the last shades you see there are beautiful red, orange, but the sun itself has set. This is Enkhuizen. There you have the crazy road. the route we did last time. No, not last time. We have done it before. On camera. crazy road from the opposite direction.